guys, my name is Akshat and I will be teaching you the course on Android Studio game development. So let me give you a brief overview of what we will be doing in this course. First of all, we will be installing Android Studio on your desktop. Then I will be showing you some basic components of Android Studio such as buttons, XMLs, etc. Then we will install a GDX library, which is a library that we will use in our game development course. Then we will start developing our actual game. During developing the game we will be needing certain images, sprites and other components. So I will be sharing you the link of those components and you can download it from there. After that, once you have finished developing our game, I will teach you how to publish your game on the Play Store. Also, I will teach you how to use advertisements and earn through them. So basically, if you see, I will teach you how to build a game on Android Studio from scratch and then how to publish it on Play Store so that you can start earning from it. So I hope you are ready for it and excited also, and see you in next lecture. Thank you. Welcome guys. In this lecture, we will be downloading and installing Android Studio application on our desktop. So for doing that, let's head to Google and search Android Studio. And as you can see, we will be selecting this first option here, Android Studio, install Android Studio by Android developers. So guys, this is the official link for installing Android Studio. Here you can see everything regarding installing the Android Studio. Also on the left hand side, information regarding how to use Android Studio is given. So please go through that at least once. This will help you in understanding the Android Studio better. So moving on, we will be selecting on this highlighted part. Then we will be selecting this. And as you can see, we have to agree with the terms and conditions, so we will be doing that. And once we click download, you guys will be asked to save this on your desktop. Now guys, I already have downloaded this file before, so I won't be doing it again. So you guys do that, and once you have downloaded Android Studio, you will be seeing this on your desktop. So double click on it. And as I told you before, I have downloaded and installed Android Studio on my desktop. So it will ask me to first uninstall the old version, and I won't be doing that because I recently only installed it. So you guys go ahead and install it. You guys won't be getting this. And after you have installed your Android Studio, we will be using it in next lecture. So guys, thank you for this. Thank you, and I will be seeing you in next lecture. Welcome guys. So in this video we will see about the basics of Android Studio. So let us start the Android Studio app. So as you can see, the window is loading. It will take some time. Actually, I had already had a project, so that project was loading. So first of all, initially when you are starting Android Studio for the first time, you will see this file, this folder, this window here. So there are options of starting a new Android Studio project, open an existing Android Studio project. So you can open the project which is already been there in your desktop. So since we are starting from scratch, we will be first selecting this option here, start a new Android Studio project. Now there are various tabs here which you can select, like basic activity, bottom navigation activity, but for our simple usage we will be using empty activity. And let the name be my application. Package name depends on you. It will be adjusted accordingly. according to your name. So if I keep my name my app, so the package name will change. Location, the language will be Java, but you also have the option of changing it to Kotlin, but we will be sticking with Java only. The minimum API level. Here you can select what the minimum version of Android means. If you are building a app and you want to publish it, so what minimum version of the Android should be available on your phone to run that app. So here you will be selecting that. Right now I have selected the list, the most minimum API which is API 15 ice cream sandwich Android. So now we can select finish. So this is our actual work area, our Android project. Now if you see, initially this is the Android Studio project area. Now here we can see various options, and options are available to us. So we will go through each option one by one. First of all, we will click on this project here. So inside this there are two things, my app and Gradle scripts. So Gradle scripts inside this build.gradle. So here we can add various dependencies for our projects. So we will be using this later on, so you will get to understand it better then. So let's just leave it to this now only. Here we can change the SDK version also, and also the dependencies. So now inside the main, now let me just, okay. So now inside this app we have options here, manifests. Inside Android manifest, it's like Gradle script only. Some things regarding the app you can change here. So basic outlook of the app can be changed here. Inside Java, we have main activity. So in this main activity, all the backend part of your app, like initializing various buttons, then what happens when those buttons are clicked, and everything like that will be the code regarding that will be written here. So main activity is for that purpose. Now inside res, we can see there are four options: drawables, layout, values, mip map. So inside drawables, we will be putting various images which we want to use inside our app. So we will have to put it inside this drawable folder. Inside values, we have styles, colors, strings. So this is for the changing the outfit of your app. So by changing various styles and colors, and we can change the how our app looks on mobile screen. Inside layout, we have activity XML. So this is where we will do all the designing stuff, like all the front end stuff. So let's go through it once. So here we have options of common text, buttons, widgets, layouts, and containers. Google for map view. So let's see a button first. So this is a very simple button. So we can directly drag and drop it here. So see, you can see it here. So guys, this is the view where we can use constraints and everything, and we can adjust our buttons, adjust our text according to our needs, and this will show us the view, like how it actually looks like in. So these two are different separate views. So let's say this is our button. Now what are these circles you can see? So these are the constraints. Like if we don't select these constraints, then our button will float anywhere on the screen, and we won't be sure that where my button is. So for that we have to use the constraints. Once we constrain the buttons, then we know where your button will be. Like you can adjust it and it will be there. It won't move from that place. So for that we use constraints. Then there is something called layout,
where horizontal layout, vertical layout, linear layout, different types of layouts are present. So let's say if we want more than one button in horizontal view, then you can use horizontal layout. If you want vertical view, then you can use vertical layout. This everything we will be using later on, so you will understand it better then. This is just a simple overview of what different features are available in Android Studio. Then moving on, we can see different types of text. This is a simple text. Let me first delete this so it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, this is hello world. So like when we will run our app, then wait, let me try. Okay, sorry for that. Let's delete that also. So this is text view, a simple text view. So if you can see, I'll zoom it a bit here so you can see it clearly. This is a simple text view, so you can view it. Then there is different other types of text views like password, numerical password. So the difference between all of this is the way it appears on your app. This will appear like a simple text box. Here there will be a line below, underlined line below, where you will enter your passwords. Then there is some for email also, phone, postal address. So you can use these different things. Like they are not very much different from one another. There's a simple difference which you will see when you use each and every one of them. So I will advise you to go through this everything once, so you will better understand it on your own. So this is regarding the XML file. Then I don't think okay. In this build, there is an option to see build bundles and APKs. So whenever we are done with the project, then we will be using this to build APKs and to test it on our mobiles. So we will use this later on. Then we will use this run option to run the app. Right now it's not showing anything because we haven't made anything yet. Then there will be a debugging option also to see if there are any errors in a file. Here in files, there are various settings. We can export our entire project to a zip file. So for creating backups, which is very useful. So guys, basically these are the features. The most important one being the main activity and the XML file, which we'll be using again and again to create our apps and games. So I think this is enough for the introduction part. Once we start creating a game, then you will get a better hang of how the things work. Right now it's just like I am saying you what these things are, but you don't know how they work. So probably you will get a better hang later on. So let's wait until then. So thank you guys. Thank you. See you in next lecture.
So welcome guys again. In our last video, we installed Android Studio and saw the basics of it. So now, as I told you, we will be using a library called GDX. So let's go ahead and install that library. So let's go to Google, search lib GDX, and we will be selecting this first link here. So guys, you will be wondering why are we using this library. So basically what this library does is it will create a Android project for us by taking our requirements, and it will give us inbuilt features and inbuilt classes which we will be using in a game development. This will make our work a bit easier. So we only are using this to make our work a bit easier. There are many other libraries that you can use, but I will be preferring this library. So let's go to download setup app. I will save it to desktop and it's done. Okay, now guys, there is another catch here. As you can see on here, this is .jar file. So for running this setup, you need Java installed in the desktop. Now if you don't have Java, then please first go and install Java. So you can go to Oracle site and download the latest version of Java. So after you have finished installing Java, double click on this setup here. So this is what it looks like. It's very simple. Let's just give a game a name. Let's say coin collector. You can give it any name you want. So package name I will be giving as my game dot coin collector. Game class I will be setting as coin collector. Should be small. Okay. So destination I will be keeping it as desktop के आगे text. Instead of text I will be putting coin collector. Okay, now Android SDK path. So double click on the Android Studio icon. Okay, so you will be getting this file opening here. So just go to configure SDK manager and copy this path here. Go to Android SDK and paste it. So okay, now comes interesting part. So guys, as I told you, using this library will make our job a bit easier. Now one more advantage is that this library helps us create the game for different different operating system. Like you can create this for desktop, for Android, for iOS, HTML. So yeah, but what we will be doing is we are only using Android Studio. So I will be deselecting all these other options and we will be only keeping it Android. And then there is extensions. Now guys, we will be selecting this box 2D because we will be needing 2D physics like boxes, rectangles and everything for our game. We won't be needing any controllers as this is a very basic game. We won't be needing any AI or anything. So we will just select box 2D. You can explore these options further. Right now I will only select box 2D. Then we will click generate. So this will create a file for us. As you can see, build is successful and there is this folder here, coin collector. So you can see this is a Gradle file and everything. So this is an Android project. Now I will minimize this. I will go to my Android Studio screen. Now as I told you, it already creates a project for us. So I don't need to start a new Android Studio project. I will instead open an existing Android Studio project. Okay. Now I will just see the path, select it and paste it here. Okay, so I got desktop and see, as I told you, this is an Android Studio project. So we have this coin collector here. Just click OK and the project will load. Close this, close. Okay. So guys, this is a project where we will be working on our game. Now as you can see, this will be a little bit different from the initial basic Android Studio project that we saw. I told you in that video where I explained you the basics of Android Studio, there was only Android and Gradle script there. Here one extra thing called core is there. You can see inside core this coin collector class is there. So we will be doing all of our coding here. And for this error, as you can see, don't worry guys, it's not a major error. It's just an error due to this plugin here and it won't make any issue. I will just update it. Let it update. See, in this coin collector class, as you can see, there is three functions: create, render and dispose. So whatever whenever you start a game, whatever things you get in the start, like background, some options and everything, so that is created, that has to be written in this create function. So whatever we will be needing when we start our game, we will be writing it in this create function. So that is what create is for. Then comes the render function. Now guys, this is a very important function. So what actually when the game starts, so everything that happens after that is here, written here. This keeps on refreshing again and again. So whatever updates, whatever changes happened here. So that is render, and then comes dispose. Now whenever our game gets over or something, we have to dispose of something, we write it here. So basically this is ending our game, this is creating our game, and this is what we can say is looping our game, like it keeps on running our game. So these are the three functions from which we will be writing our code. Then this is basically the same Android, like what it was when I first show you the basics without using this library. In Java you can see Android launcher. Okay, now one more thing, these assets here in Android, this is where we will be adding all of our sounds, images, sprites, etc. All of our assets will be added here and we will be using them. So this is for that. As you can see, we used a library of GDX which is built by Bad Logic, a company called Bad Logic. So their logo is there, which we will delete later on. This is just I want to show that what they have done. And you can see guys, if I run tools, if I run this, then let us see what it shows. So yeah, basically it is just a red screen with this logo here. The default mode is landscape mode. We will change it to portrait later on, so don't worry about it. This was, I just wanted to show you that what does it looks like by default. We will be changing everything. We will be deleting this logo, changing the background, everything. Let's just close it. I hope guys, I actually didn't told you how to set up virtual device, so I hope you know that. Even then I will just go through it. You can go to this AVD manager and see, I have one installed already. You can create virtual device for phone. You can also create them for TV, Wear OS, tablet. We have to create for phone obviously. So select any one of this. If possible, select the one which is available with Play Store. So I have selected Pixel 2. You can select any one of this. Then just go to next. I have selected Oreo 26 API level, Google Play Android 8.0. Go next. Portrait landscape. I selected portrait and then finish. And once you click on finish, the virtual device will be created for you. So just go ahead and do that if you haven't done it. And okay, this was nothing, just this is don't worry about it, it's nothing. And so guys, this was the basics, like what our actual file will look like. Now from next lecture we will start creating our game. We will start coding. So guys, I hope you liked it, and so get ready for coding the actual game. So thank you guys, see you in next lecture. Welcome guys. So in previous video we installed Android Studio, then we installed the library which we'll be using. So now that we have done everything, let's go ahead and write the code for our game. Just one thing before that, I would like to tell you that anytime you try to use a new library or new software, please try and learn its documentation. At least go through it once. You can find the documentation either on the official site or you can search it on GitHub. Trust me, it will help you a lot in understanding how to use different inbuilt features of that software or library. For example, if you Google libgdx, you will see apart from the official site there is also a GitHub link, and if you click on that, below here you will find read the wiki, where on the right hand side each and every details from how to put audio sound effects, how to use graphics, how to take the screenshots, etc. Everything will be explained. So this will help you in using the inbuilt features. So please go through it once. And now that it's done, let's open Android Studio. Since we already created the project in last video, we won't be creating it again. We will be using the same project. Sometimes it will take a time to load. So now that we run, this is what we will actually make in background, but this is not what it will look like currently. So let it finish building. Okay, so this is the default background which was there. So let us just change, first of all change the view from landscape to portrait. So for that, we will go Android manifest. Inside this you will see Android screen orientation. So just change it from landscape to portrait, and now if we run, let it refresh. See, now you can see it in portrait mode. So now let's close it. Now let's start coding. So let's go to core, coin collector. Now inside this, guys, we will be removing this texture. This image part. We will be clearing the render function. Again this dispose, sorry. So we will be clearing this everything. So in order to remove that default background, we will be keeping this batch part, batch.dispose, and a new sprite batch. Now let us add a new, let us define our background. So guys, in this library, everything will be, every image will be defined using texture. So I hope you guys know Java, because Java is a must and we are using Java actually to write this code. So now that we have defined background, let's create an object. Background equals to new texture. Inside this we will be writing the name of the image. So as I explained you earlier, we will be storing our images inside this assets part. So I will just grab this image from here which I want as my background, and I will be pasting it here. So once I have done that, I will write here that name. The name is bg.png. Okay, So that's done. Now that we have created the object of our background, we'll come to render part. Now the most important thing is we have to write first of all batch dot begin. This will begin the process, and batch dot end. This will end the process. So whatever we are writing will be inside between these two, begin and end. Now we need a background, so we will write batch dot draw. Inside this we will begin a texture name which is background. Then we will give the x coordinate which is 0, y coordinate which is 0. Now actually guys, if you want, you can pause the video and you can try this for yourself by giving different x and y coordinates to see how the images look. But I know for sure that we need x coordinate as 0 and y coordinate as 0. Further we will be also needing the height and width for the background. So we want our background to fit the entire screen. So as I told you earlier, we will be using inbuilt functions. So we will be using gdx dot graphics dot get width, comma gdx dot graphics dot get height. So what these functions will do is that irrespective of any screen size, this will give us the width and height of that particular screen, and we do not need to mention any exact size. So now that we have written this, let me run the program. Let it refresh. So see, this is our background. This is what our background will actually look like. So congrats guys, we have created a first part of our game. Now let's move ahead. Now you see a warning here. Don't worry about it. This is actually you will get used to it, because every time you use Android Studio there will be updates. So due to these updates there will be either some error or some warning. We can overlook warnings, but whenever there is an error we will have to fix the error. So don't worry about it. And now let's get our character in. So now what we will do, I will create another texture for our character and I will name it as man. Now here there is a catch guys. Let me first add the images which we will be using for our characters. So I'll copy these images and I will paste it here. Okay. Now if you see guys, this is frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4. So what we need is whenever we run our game, we need our man to give the audience the view that it is running. We want it to run. So for that, instead of using texture, we will be using an array of texture. So I have defined array of texture here as man. Now man equals to new texture, and since we have 4 images, array of 4. Now man of 1, which is the first one, equals to, sorry, first will be 0. New texture of, now inside this you will be writing the name of the image which we want as man of 0. So I will be writing frame 1 dot png. Don't make a mistake in writing the name guys, because then there will be error. I will just copy paste this 3 more times. Now I will be changing this to 1, 2, 3. and frame I will be changing this to 2, 3, 4. So we have now created array of man. Now let's move ahead and go to render. Now just as we created our background, we will be also be creating our man, drawing our man. So batch dot draw bracket. Now I will be sending man of 0 comma x coordinate will be. Now guys, if you focus here, the x coordinate won't be 0 and y coordinate won't be 0. We don't need the man to cover the entire screen. We want the man at the center of our screen. So what we will do, center of the screen, for getting the center of our screen, we will be doing gdx.graphics.getWidth divided by 2. This will give us the center of the width x coordinate, and y coordinate will be gdx.graphics.height divided by 2. So this is it, and now if I run, once again ignore the warning, let it refresh. You see, now if you notice carefully, actually the guy is not at the center. It's a bit upwards and on the right hand side. So the correction we need is that there will be an extra part here which will be minus man 0 dot get width. I hope you guys understand why I did this, because we need the man to be at the center, not the starting point of the man. So yeah, we required a bit of maths here, so please go through it and think why I did this. I hope you will get it. Height, and this will be divided by 2 guys. Again, now if I run it, see, it's in exact middle of the screen. So okay, now here is the thing, we want our man to be appear as running, but it is not running, it is a static image of a single frame. So what do we do? So now that we have created the array, actually we will be creating another integer, man state, which we will be initializing as 0. So what we will do guys is, we will create an if condition here. If man state is less than 4. Actually not 4, 3, because it will start from 0. We will do man state plus plus, else man state equals to 0. Oh, okay. Now here, instead of man of 0, we will be writing man state. Oh, sorry, not state, man state. Man state. state. And now if I run this, okay, there is okay, wait, I think I made a mistake. Okay, I forgot to write main state here. I only write state. Okay, now let's run. So see guys, it is appear as if the man is running. However, I think the speed is too fast. So now let us do one more thing. What we will do, we will add another integer here, and let's say it is pause. Initialize is to 0. Now before this, we will be adding another if state. If pause is less than 8, pause plus plus, else I need everything inside this else statement and what I will be doing, I will be writing here above pause equals to 0. Now that I run it, oops, okay, I need this here. My fault guys, my fault, sorry. Now you see it's running, it's neither too fast nor too slow. So guys, congratulations, we have created the background, also the man running. So now I will close this. Now you can play around with this figure of 8. Also you can add more images and change this array from 3 to maybe even increase the size to 5, 6 depending on your requirements. So play around with this code, and I will see you in next lecture where we will be adding more features. So thank you guys, I hope you had fun. Welcome back guys. So now that we have created our background and our character is ready, let us add some physicality to this game. So as I told you, in this game what we actually are going for is that whenever you tap the screen, the man will jump, and whenever and after that he will fall to the ground. So for that falling purpose, we need a thing called gravity. So let us create a variable here, float gravity, and initiate it to, okay, this will be a constant value of gravity, so 0.2f is what I will use. You can use it according to your requirements. You can try and play with it around. Now we will also need another float called velocity. Okay, now that we have created these two, let's write a few codes. Okay, so first of all, what we will do is velocity equals to velocity plus gravity. I hope guys you are good in Java. So this is the way how it is written. This actually means velocity equals to velocity plus gravity only, just a shortcut. Okay, so after that there is another thing which we will need. Now guys, as I told you that we need the man to jump every time we tap the screen, so we need its movement in y direction. We need the man to jump in y direction, so its position of its y coordinate is changing at every instance. Sorry. So we need to keep the track of that y position. So what I will do, I will create an integer man position and initiate it to, okay wait, for your understanding let me change this to man y, and I will initiate it to 0 because we want it to start at center. So initializing, I am initializing it to 0. Now you can see guys, here also there is y coordinate of man. So what we can do, a smart thing here is that let me change man y equals to this part here. Actually I will just cut it and paste it here. So man y equals to graphics.getHeight divided by 2, the height of the screen divided by 2, and I will place it here. No, sorry, not this. I will place man y here. So yeah, this is called smart work. So this will make our code a bit more shorter and good to read actually. So now that we have done that, I will add one more thing. Now we want this man position to y position of the man to change every time. So what we will do is we will write man y equals to man y minus velocity. Oh, I don't know the error. Okay, let me try again. Velocity. Okay, cool. So what we actually wanted to write is man y equals to man y minus velocity. Okay, so what will happen is we have initialized our velocity to 0, right? So velocity equals to plus gravity, velocity plus gravity. Initially the velocity was 0 plus 2f, 0.2f, and like that it will keep on changing, and similarly our man y position will also keep on changing. Let me hit run. See, the guy is falling. Okay, now that we can see that gravity is actually acting in our game, but there is one more thing that we will need to add is whenever our guy reaches the bottom of the screen, it should not go further down. So for that we will add an if condition. So let me add I will add it here. If man y is less than equal to 0, man y equals to 0. And now let me run it. Okay, okay, I see what I did. I did a mistake. Now guys, I think we need to remove this part here because half of the man is going down the screen. Now let me run it again. can see only the face is visible. Yes, so now it is correct. See what I did there? The thing was that for getting the man at the center of the screen, its x coordinate needed to be the screen width minus man width of the man divided by 2. But for getting the y coordinate, we did not need to minus the this man's part divided by 2. We don't need to minus man's dot get height divided by 2. So I just removed it. You see, you will need to do these things. Sometimes you need to play around with the code to get whatever things you need. Now let me do one thing. Let me run this again. Okay, wait. Now I have to add the jump part. Okay, so what we will do, we will go right at the top here, and here I will add one more if condition. If now we will be using another inbuilt library, if gdx dot input dot just touch. So this is the moment when the screen is just tapped. What I will do, I will write velocity equals to -10. So now you will be asking why -10. So guys, if you know in physics, whenever actually if you take the directions into consideration, actually the sign of gravity is negative. We use it at -10, and the velocity to overcome gravity is positive. Now in this case we have taken gravity as 0.2f, so the velocity to overcome it will be negative. So this is what I have done. I have given it -10. Also, if still you don't understand, and you can also think it like this, velocity equals to velocity plus gravity, right? So now that I have given velocity as -10, so -10 equals to -10 plus 0.2f. So new velocity will be -9.8, I guess. Yes, -9.8. And now man's y position equals to man y minus velocity. Now man y initially was 0, let's say. So 0 minus of -9.8 will become positive 9.8. So the position will be upwards. So yeah, there is a bit of mathematics here. So I hope you get it. Just go through it. It's not that difficult. And now if I click run, now whenever I will tap the screen, see the man is jumping. I am tapping, it's jumping. Now okay, just as it was going below the screen here, if you see, if I click if I go on tapping continuously, it will go above the screen. So for correcting this, what I will do, I will write another code here. If man y is greater than equal to gdx dot graphics dot get height man y gdx dot graphics dot get height. I think I will write minus man state dot get height divided by 2 get dot get height. Now if I run this, okay, Oh, no, I can't do this. Then it will stay up there only. Okay. I don't understand the thing. Let me try it again. Okay guys, this will work. I don't know what error I am getting. Just try it for yourself. It's similar to this, and if I can, I will do it in next lecture. So yeah, now that we have got our jumping mechanism running, we can focus on adding other characters in our game, like coins and everything. So we will do that in next lecture. So thank you guys, and see you in next lecture. Welcome back guys. So now we have to add coins and bombs in our game. Now guys, this will be a bit long video, and it will be a bit difficult comparatively to understand, but don't worry, we will go through it and it will be fine. So now let's start. Okay, and one more thing guys, if you remember in last lecture we tried to do something at the end, it didn't work, and I don't know what happened, but I did the same thing again, if you see here. And now what I just did is I created an integer g which stores this y coordinate, and instead of writing that whole thing here, I just stored g, and then when I run the program, see, it doesn't go above that. So yeah, I don't know the issue before. I think I was not allowed to write this entire thing here directly, so I just did it. I just created a variable, and then the entire thing worked. So yeah, it works. As I told you, it works. And now let's move ahead. So now what we will do, if you guys are familiar with array list, we are going to create that. So let's create an array list. And I will be of integer type, and I will be naming as coin x don't think I am supposed to write this. Oh yes, I am supposed to. Not okay. Now that we have created the array list, we need this for coin y as well. What this will do, we are using it for creating the x and y positions of our coin. So yeah, now that we have created them, we will also need a texture for getting the image of our coin. Now let's go to create, and I will be writing here coin equals to new texture. Oh, sorry. What? Oh, sorry. New texture, and Okay, we have not added the image of coin and bomb, so I will copy it and paste it here. Okay, coin.png. So what we will do, coin.png. Okay, so now that we have given the image, we will create a method. We will create a method below this and public void, name of a method will be make coin. Make coin, and inside this what we will do, we will create a float variable named height. And okay, before that we also need a random function, so I will be writing random and inside this create I will be writing random equals to new random. Okay, so now inside this float height we will be writing, don't worry guys, I will explain you this code. I'm just first writing it so that I can explain it to you. Random dot new next float sorry guys, I am dot next float into gdx dot graphics dot get height. Okay guys, so what we actually did is we need this coin to appear at different heights. We don't want it to appear at the same height again and again. So it is like Subway Surf or any other arcade games, like you need the coin at different heights. So what we did, we created a random variable and we used its inbuilt function called next float. So it will give us a new float every time between the range 0 to 1. So that we multiply that random number by the actual height of the screen. So since the random float is from 0 to 1, what the final height will be between from 0 till the height of the screen. So we will get a coin within that part. So this is what we did till now. Now what I will do, I will write coin y dot add, and inside this I will add integer height. So we need this we need to give this height to the coin's y position. So this is how you do it in array list. I hope you know how to use array list. If you don't, just Google it or at least try to learn it on YouTube and you will get to it. So this is how we gave it, and I also passed it to integer value because this height is of float type. So we need it as integer since the array list is of integer type. Now I will write coin x dot add, and this is very simple. Here we will add gdx dot graphics dot get width. Okay, there is no science in this. You know, we need the x position as the entire width of the screen. So basically, now that we have created our method of making the coin, we actually need the coin on the screen. So what we will do, we will go here, and before this, if I will write another if statement, if
Oh, I think I forgot one more thing. We'll create another integer coin count, and now I will write if coin count is less than 150. I will tell you why. Just a second. Coin count plus plus. Else coin count equals to 0 and make coin. Okay, so guys, why we did this is that we don't want our coin to pop up every second. We want a time interval between that, like how we did with this pause here, how we use this pause for the main state. It's a similar thing. So after every time the coin count reaches 150, it will create a coin. So there is a time interval between every new coin created. So this will make our game a bit more interesting. So now we have done that, what we will do, we will write the for loop. Integer I is to 0, I less than coin x dot size I plus plus. So inside this for loop, what we will do, we will create our coin. So batch draw, we will pass our coin texture, then we will give the x coordinate, which will be coin x dot get I and coin y dot get I. Okay, so these are the x and y coordinates. Now what we will do, we will write coin x dot get dot set. We need to set its position, I comma coin x dot get I minus 4. So okay, don't worry, now I will explain you everything. So what we did, we created a for loop, and we created this for loop, so every time this will create a coin. And now what we do is this statement here, coin x dot set I comma coin x dot get I minus 4. What this will do, this will move the coin towards the left side. We want our coin to give us the impression that it is moving in the left direction. So if you are still confused, let us run this once and then it will clear your confusion. See, this is what I meant. By writing this statement, every time the for loop runs, the position of the x coordinate of the coin changes by 4 places to the left. So we get the illusion that the coin is moving. So yeah guys, I know the maths is a bit underwhelming, but don't worry, you will get it. Just go with me, bear with me, and we will do it. Now that we have done the thing with our coin, what we will do, we will do the same thing with our bomb. So let me just select this and paste it here. So the coin x will be changed to bomb x, coin y will change to bomb y. Yes, the coin texture will change to bomb. Random I will let it be there.
the one random is enough, so I will remove it, and the con count will change to bomb count. Okay, now what we did, okay, we will also do this. Bomb here and bomb here, and okay, now just like make coin, we will copy it and create make bomb. And float height. Okay, now we will change here as bomb. Okay, B should be small, bomb Y, and here we will change it as bomb X. Now what we will do, we will copy this whole thing and we will paste it here. Now there is just one different change that I will do is, instead of 150 I will add 250 here, because we don't want our bomb to appear as much as our coin. We want the time period to be even more, time interval between the two bombs. And also I will change this 4 here. We want our bomb to move faster in the left direction to make it a bit interesting, to make our game a bit more difficult. So now if I run, okay, I don't see, okay, I forgot one thing. Sorry guys, what I did was a silly mistake. Instead of changing this coin here, we need bomb. I forgot. Count. My bad guys, sorry. Bomb. Make bomb. Then here also we will be needing bomb. Okay, so now if I run, see guys, there is the bomb. Okay, one more thing, there is nothing, there is just a bit of logic. I will write this bomb code about this coin code. So in case both of them appears at the same time, the person touching the bomb, person will touch the bomb first, the man will touch the bomb first. So yeah, it will make it a bit more difficult. And now that we have done that, let's move ahead. Okay guys, now you see when I ran this game, let me run it again. If I touch any coin or bomb, nothing is happening. So we still need to add a bit more of code here. So what we will do, we will first create another array list of type rectangles. Now don't worry, you are using it first time, so we have to select this badlogic.gdx, not this one. We don't want this rectangle, we want this rectangle. No, actually it's the other way around. We will require that rectangle later. Right now I want this rectangle. Coin rect. I will keep the name short, coin rect, instead of typing too much, equals to new array list. Okay, so we have created the new array list. Now what we will do, we will go to our for loop of coin. Okay, and below it what we will write is coin rect dot add new rectangle, and we will be giving it coin x dot, oh, x should be capital, coin x dot get I, comma coin y dot get I. Don't worry guys, I will explain it. Coin dot get with, comma coin dot get height. Yeah, so what we did is we created a rectangle type boundary for our coins and man. So now that we can detect when they are colliding or when they are not, so we just added that. For that we use this rectangle. Now what we will do, okay, now one more thing. Now guys, you see, whenever we keep on running this for loop again and again, because this render function, as I told you, gets refreshed again and again, so lots of informations get stored. So we need to clear it every time before starting the for loop, so that our game runs more smoothly. So we will add a statement here which will be coin rectangles dot clear, and it will clear it every time. Similarly, we will do the same thing for bomb also. So let me just create this copy and paste it here, and let me write this as bomb react. What we will do, we will copy this whole statement and we will paste it here, and everywhere instead of coin we will write bomb. Bomb. Yeah, so now that we have done that, what I will do, I will create a rectangle I will create this rectangle com.batlogic. Now we don't need that Java rectangle, we need this rectangle. Why is this happening? No guys, okay, leave it. Rectangle, we will go get to it later. Rectangle man rect. Okay, we created a rectangle, and what we will do now is we will go here batch before batch end, and we will add the code here. Man rect equals to new rectangle, and inside this I will give x coordinate of the man. So as we can see here, x the we wrote x, and as I told you, x coordinate of a man is constant. So I will just copy this here and I will write it, paste it here. This is x coordinate, comma. Now we need y coordinate. So y coordinate is simple, man y. Now we need the width. So I will add man state dot get width, and we also need height. So I will be writing man state dot, okay, dot should be outside, dot get height. So now that we have written this, what I will do, I will create another for loop, guys, and don't worry, I will explain this to you again. Integer I equals 0, I should be less than, I should be less than coin rectangle dot size I plus plus. If okay guys, so let me explain before I proceed further. What we did is, we just as we created a rectangle object of coin and bomb, we also created a rectangle type and gave variable and named it as man rectangle, and gave it the x y coordinates and height as well as width of the man state of the of a character. Now we need to detect, as I told you, that we have given them the border by giving them a type of rectangle, but now we need to detect when they are colliding and who are colliding, like if the man and the bomb is colliding or man and the coin is colliding, that we have to check. So I wrote this for function first with I less than coin rectangle. So what we are doing, we are writing this function for detecting whether the man and the coin are reacting or not, or colliding or not. So inside this if, I will be using a function intersector dot overlaps. So we will be selecting this rectangle, and we will be passing the rectangles that we need to check. So man rectangle and coin rectangle, and not just coin rectangle, we need to get coin rectangle dot at I, means as you know, we created an array list of rectangles for coin, so we need that particular coin rectangle, and the error is due to coin rect dot get I. Okay, I think 1 second. I told you I was correct initially. Okay, let me remove this AWT. We don't need AWT rectangle, we need rectangle. We need the rectangle of GDX type. Yes, this one. Okay, now we won't get that error. Yeah, see, I told you. Okay, now that we have done this, what I will do now, if this happens, what we will do, we will be using another feature of the library. We will be writing gdx dot app dot log, and we will give this tag coin we want to print a message as collision. Okay, so if you are still confused what is happening, so guys, I think you are clear that what we did till here inside this if. We use this intersector.overlaps function to check whether these two rectangles are overlapping or not. Now why did I write coinReact.getI? Because we have created an array list of coin rectangles, and each and every coin is having a different rectangle, a different border, individual border, unique border. So we want to check for every coin. So I took the coin at that particular eye position, and now what happens if they are overlapping, then this message will be shown here inside this locket. Here the message will be shown. So if I run the okay, let me just move it here so it will be visible to you. Now you guys see, if I touch this coin, the tag is coin and it is printing collision. So yeah, I just wanted to show you that this is working. Our game is detecting when the coin and the character is overlapping. We will be copy pasting the same thing for our bomb. I will be passing here bomb, and we will be printing bomb. Now if I run it, oops, bomb, I missed a bomb. Okay, so I think I need to close this again. Okay, 1 second. I will stop the entire process. And I will run it again. Okay guys, I don't know why it's not showing here, but just as coin collision worked, bomb collision also works. So what I meant is, now what we have done by writing all this code, we have created a coin, a bomb. The coin is moving in the left side, also the bomb is moving in the left side, and whenever the character is colliding with the bomb or the coin, our game is detecting that. So now we can go ahead and add what we want when our character is colliding with either the coin or the bomb. So we will do that in the next lecture, which probably will be the final lecture of this game. So congratulations guys, we are almost there to create our first game. So thank you guys, and I hope you had fun, and I will see you in next lecture. Thank you. Welcome back guys. So in this video we will just add some finishing touches in our games, like adding a scoreboard and getting the message of game over when you hit the bomb. And guys, I'm extremely sorry, I made a silly mistake of adding this semicolon here and here. So it was a very rookie error and I'm sorry for that. Just remove that, and now we are good to go. So first of all, what we will do, we will create an integer variable for score and initialize it to 0. Then what we will do, inside this coin for loop for coin, what we actually want is, whenever the man is colliding with the coin, we want the score to get incremented. So I will write here score plus plus. So the score will get implemented. I will remove this locket portion and minimize this. Okay. And now as soon as the man hits the coin, we want the coin to disappear. We don't want the man to run through the coin. We want the coin to disappear. So what we will do, we will write coinRect dot remove at I. We want that particular coin at position I which collided with the man to get removed. Also coin x dot remove I and coin y dot remove at I. And also we want to add break here so that after removing the coin it further checks for the bomb. And now we want to now that we have created the mechanism for incrementing the score, we also want the score to get displayed on the screen. So what we will do for that, we will create a variable of bitmap font named font, and inside this create we will be writing font equals to new font bitmap font. Then we need to give it a color. So what we will give, font dot set color and color dot white. Similarly for we will be giving the font size by writing font dot get data dot set scale of 10. I am giving the font size as 10. You can change it if you want to 8, maybe 12. Play around with it. And now we want to our coin font to get displayed. So here I will write, now till now we wrote batch dot draw for drawing anything. For example, you can see here batch dot draw. So what now we will do font dot draw, and inside this I will be passing batch comma string dot value of score. So what we actually did here is we converted the integer value of score into the string value, and we will give the x position and the y position for the scoreboard to be displayed. I want it at the bottom left side of the screen, so I am giving 100, 200. You can change it and do it according to yourself. Now when I run, you can see the scoreboard coming here. And as soon as I hit the coin, it gets increased by 1, by 2, 3. But still, even if I hit the bomb, nothing is happening. So we need to work on that. So now what we will do, okay guys, so listen very carefully. What we are going to do is we are going to introduce another variable integer named game state. So basically what I am trying to do is we are going to create 3 game states. One, game state 0 means the game is already, game state 1 means the game is already running. Game state 2 means the game is over, and game state 1 means game state 0 means the game has not started yet. It is on the path of getting started. So if you are getting a bit confused, don't worry. As you move forward, it will get clear to you. So let us go to this render here, and here I will write first 3 if statements. If game state equals to 1, curly brackets, else if game state equals to 0 curly braces, else if game state equals to 2. Okay guys, so now as I told you, game state 1 means the game is running, game state 0 means about to start, and game state 2 means over. So now what we will do, inside this game state equals to 2, if when your game is over, if someone taps on the screen, then we want the game to start again. So for that I will write game dot gdx dot input dot just touched game state equals to 1. So this will go to the game state 1, that is the game is running. Also now let us come to here, game state 1, the game is running. So everything which we wrote till now, from this drawing the background to not this will be there irrespective of the game state, so I will be pasting it here. Okay, now from this bomb to coin and everything about this everything till here, let's just cut it and put it in game state 1. Okay, I want this also in game state 1. These two parts for checking the overlaps are to be outside any of the game states, because we want to check it continuously. And I will further add, let's go to game state 2 now. Game state zero. Now it will be the same as game state 2. If someone taps on the screen when the game is initially in game state 0, the game has to go to game state 1. So I will just copy paste this here. Okay, so now that we have done that, in game state 2, apart from going to game state 1, we also need to make some more changes, such as man y, means the y position of man, should go to its default position. Means let's say if the game is if you are playing a game and at some point you hit the bomb and the game gets over. So what happens is that you are in some random position. So whenever a new game starts, we want that position to be at the center. So what I am doing is, I am writing man y equals to gdx dot graphics dot get height divided by 2, the default y position. X position will remain the same because it is constant irrespective of anything, but y position we need to reset it. Also we need to reset the score line, so let's keep it at 0. Also velocity, which will again become 0. Now we want to clear all the coins and bombs. So I will write coin x dot clear coin y dot clear coin rect dot clear, also coin count equals to 0. So basically we have reset everything regarding the coin. So you have guessed it already that we need to do the same for the bombs. So I'll copy paste it here and just change this coins with bomb. Bomb. Okay, so now that we have done that, what we want is whenever the game gets over, we want it to detect. So what I will do, I have one more image here by the name DZ, and let me paste it in the assets. Okay, now what I will do, I will go here and create a texture called DZ, and in this create option, like we have done before, DZ equals to new texture, and in this I will add the name dz1.png. Okay, now what I will do is I will go to, okay, let me come here. Now guys, if you notice what I actually wanted to do, let me show you what DZ PNG is. This is the PNG. So you can see whenever the game gets over, I want a character to get changed to this face. So for that, what we will do, we will add an if condition here. If game state equals to 2 means if the game is over, we want batch dot draw man, no, not man, DZ, comma, and the x and the y coordinates will be the same as this. So I will add yes, and if else we want this. So if the game is over, we want this face to show up, else we want to continue with the game. Okay, so now we have done that. Let me just go through the code. If anything else is remaining, I think we should run it once. So let me just run it. I hope there are not any errors. Let's start. Fingers crossed. Okay, one. Okay, it's still not detecting. Okay, I think I may have forgotten something. Okay, I forgot to write here. If this happens, game state equals to 2. Now let me check. Hopefully this time it runs. I'm touching the coin. Okay, see guys, I will run it again. On touching the coin, the score is incrementing. I think there is some Okay. I think I have misplayed some part of the code in another area. Just let me check. Yes, this is correct. Okay, let me put it back here in the game state. Game state 1 actually. Okay, and now if I run, on collecting the coin. Okay, so guys, this is it. As you can see, guys. Okay, so guys, this is done. I don't know what I was thinking. I thought there was some error, but there was not. Okay, so as you can see, if we touch the coin, we are incrementing the score, and if we touch the bomb, game gets over, and then when I click again, the game starts. So guys, this was it. Congratulations, we created the first game, and you can check the code. I will be giving it in the link. And so thank you guys for watching these videos, and I hope you guys liked it. Thank you.
Welcome back, guys. So now we will start with a second game, which will be Flappy Birds. So just like our previous game, we will first open GDX setup, and let me give name to our game, which will be Flappy Bird. Package name, I will just change this my GDX to my game, and class name I will prefer to keep it Flappy Bird only, but you can give it any other name. Destination I will keep desktop only, and I will just change this test to Flappy Bird. and Android SDK path. Okay, so just as we did it in previous game, for previous game, we will go to Android Studio. And we will go to configure SDK manager, and here right at the top is our location, so we will just copy paste and cancel, minimize. Okay, now we don't need desktop or iOS or HTML projects. We are only making it for Android. And also extensions, we only need box 2D, so I click on generate. Build successful, and our project is created. So I'll minimize this, and this is our project file. So I will go to Android Studio, and I will open an existing folder, and what I will do, properties, and I will select this location, and I will paste it here, and enter. Oops. Okay, let me do it again. Android Studio, open, and I will select this Flappy Bird, and okay, this window itself, and let me maximize it. Let the project load. So let me just update this. Okay, so now we are good to go, and as you already know, I told you before, so this is where we will write our code, create, render and dispose. So yeah, that's it, we are ready to go. So I will start creating the game in from next lecture. Before that, just let me run this once. This was our previous game. Let it refresh. Okay, so oops, yeah, so just as before, this is in landscape mode. So what I will do, I will just go to Android manifest and change the orientation from landscape to portrait. Okay, and then when I hit run,
Okay, so let it refresh, and it's in portrait mode. Okay, so now we have set up our Android file, so we will start creating a game from next lecture. And thank you, see you in next lecture. Welcome back, guys. So now we will start creating a game. So just like a previous game, what I actually did is I added some images in our assets folder. These images will be used by us for building a game. Don't worry, I will provide the link of the images and you can download it from there. So just let me show you the images. This will be a background. These two images will be used for creating the animation of a bird. Then there are two pipes which we will be using. And so yeah, let's start. So we'll go to the flappybird.java and we will clear everything which already is there. So this dispose, then render. Also inside this create we will delete this, and now we will define our background as texture. Okay, background, and I will let background equals to new. So there was a spelling mistake. Okay, background equals to new texture, and inside this texture there will be the name of our image, which will be bg.png. You can see it here, bg.png. Now after defining so what we will do now, after defining this background image, inside this render we will first write batch dot begin. So this will start our batch A process, and then we will write batch dot end. So this will end our process. So between these two parts we will be drawing our images. So I will write batch dot draw, and I will first provide the name of our image background, comma. Okay, now since we want our background to occupy the entire screen, I will give x coordinate as 0 and y coordinate as 0. And in forgetting the width, I will write gdx dot graphics dot get width, basically inbuilt function. So this will give us the width and height of the device on which the game is running. Fix dot get height. Okay, so now let me run this once and let us see the result. Okay, so this is what this is the result. So you can see this is our background. Now I know this background is similar to the background which we used in for previous game, but I have kept it the same only. So yes, now that we have created a background, what we will do, we will create another texture and name it as bird. And as you have guessed, bird equals to new texture, and inside this I will give the name of the first bird, image of the bird, which is bird.png. and okay. So now below this background I will write batch dot draw, and I will write bird comma. Okay, now x coordinate and y coordinate of our birds will be such that we get the bird at the center of our screen. Okay, so what I will do, I will write for the x coordinate as the center of the width of the screen, which will be gdx dot graphics dot get width divided by 2. This will be x coordinate, and our y coordinate will be gdx dot graphics dot get height divided by 2. Okay, so this will be the x and y coordinates. We don't need to define the height and width because we are not giving proper size to our image. The size of the image will be the size of the PNG file. We don't want it to occupy the entire screen, so we won't be giving any width or height. And okay, now if you have seen my previous my videos for game 1, you know that if for getting something at the center, we don't just write get width by 2 and get height by 2. We also need to subtract the object's itself height, which means I need to subtract bird dot get width divided by 2, and here also minus bird dot get height divided by 2. And now if I run this, okay, so now you can see the bird is there, but if you notice there is no animation, like the bird is not visible as it's flying. It's a static image of the bird. So what we will do, instead of creating a texture of bird, we will create an array and name it as birds. And okay, and one more thing, we will also create int bird state, which will be similar to man state, bird state, and I will give it define it as 0. Bird state. Okay, this is similar to man state, which was used in for first game. Okay, so now let me redefine this here. Birds of new texture of birds equals to new texture of, okay, the size of the array will be 2. Now birds of 1, okay, 0 will be equal to new texture, and inside this I will give the name of the image bird.png, which is first image, and birds of 1 equals to new texture, and inside this I will write bird2.png. Okay, so now that we have defined this, okay, what I will do, I will write here an if statement. If bird state equals to 0, I need to change it to 1, else I used wrong brackets here. Okay, else I want it to be 0. So it will be either 0 or either 1. If it's 0, change it to 1, and if it's not 0, make it 0. So okay, and now instead of bird, I will replace it by birds of bird state. Birds of bird state. Bird state. Okay, I think we are good to go. So now I will click on run and let's see the result. Okay, so as you can see, we can see our bird as flying. So yeah, you can change the speed of the flapping of the bird by adding some loop or something. I don't know. Like I am satisfied with this speed, but if you want it to be a little bit slower, you can also add here something so that it takes some time to change the value to 1. So yeah, you can do that, but for me this is perfect, so I will keep it like this only, and let me close it. Okay, so that was it for this lecture. In next lecture we will also add pipes, and then we will add collision and everything. So thank you guys, and see you in next lecture. Okay guys, so in a previous video we created the character, so now we have to add the interactions with the character. So what we will do, we will go to render, and below this, actually above this, I will write if gdx dot input dot just touch. So whenever, it's very easy to understand, this defines when we just tap our screen, so we want to see that it actually is taking the inputs. So what we will do, gdx dot app dot log, and inside this I will write just touched. Okay, so we needed to add the tag, and what will happen is, let me just run this once. This is a log cat. So see, touched, again touched, touched. So now we can interact with the screen. So okay, so now what we'll do, let us introduce another variable, float variable bird y, which is equal to 0. So this will keep track of the y coordinate of the bird. So what we will do, we will shift this y coordinate of the bird. So I will just cut it, and instead of writing, I will write here bird y, and in this create I will write bird y equals to this. And one more smart thing which you can do is, instead of writing bird state, I can write birds of 0 or even 1, because basically the only difference between the two states is about the position of the wings, but the height will remain the same. So that is done. Okay, so now what we'll do, I will also introduce another float, which will be velocity, and I will also initiate it to 0, and one thing which I forgot, okay, no, I forgot nothing, sorry. Okay, where float velocity equals to 0, and now here what we will do, right, velocity plus plus, and bird y equals to minus velocity. So basically every time this render function is run, we need to increment the velocity, and the y coordinate of the bird will be negative of velocity, because as the velocity increases, we want the bird to fall down quickly. So whenever the render, the number of times if the render function is run, velocity increases and the bird falls down quickly unless it is touched. Okay, so we move forward. Now what we actually want, let me introduce one more state here, int game state. Now you may recall we created a similar game state in the first game, so the rule will be same, and I have initiated it to 0. So now what we will do, we will write if game state is not equal to 0. So basically if the game is already running, so I will put this inside this game state. So whenever the game is running, we need velocity to increment, and we need the y coordinate as negative of velocity, and I will keep this here only right now. And if untouched, okay, if touched, then game state changes to 1. So initially the game state was 0, but as soon as we touch the screen, the game state changes to 1, and then we come inside this if loop. So then there will be one more condition, else, and let me put this inside this if condition. Okay, and inside this else, this same thing will be there, game state equals to 1. Now what we will do, if bird state equals to, okay guys, so where were we? If bird state equals to, so let me just remove this. And what we will do, actually, if you see, I want this thing, batch.begin and batch.end, to run every time the render is running, because we want the background image every time. So instead of keeping it inside any loop, I will just keep it here below this else condition. Also similarly, we need this if bird state equals to 0, bird state equals to 1 part to be run every time the render is run. So again, similar to batch, I will keep this outside, and let's run this and see what happens. Okay, so I hope you saw what happened. Let me run it again. Basically, our bird will fall down. Okay. Now what we actually want, that our bird should stay in the screen only, it should not go below the background. So first of all, let me add something called gravity. So float gravity equals to 1.5. I've set it to 1.5. You can change it according to your wish. And okay, let me keep it 2, and we'll see. Now we need to write below this just touched part, velocity equals to velocity plus gravity. So basically what happens is, the velocity is negative here when the bird is actually falling down, but gravity is positive. So velocity equals to velocity plus gravity. So velocity of the bird reduces. Okay. So now that we have done that, let me add one more thing here. Let me comment this, and I will add velocity equals to minus 30. So basically every time it is touched, what it will happen is velocity is negative, and negative velocity plus gravity, so the bird will move up. This is a mathematical part, and okay, I think I need to change one more thing. Okay guys, so I think I made a very silly error. Instead of doing this here, we will write it here. So we will write velocity equals to velocity plus gravity. So now if I run, let's hope it works this time. And oops, it's still not rising enough. Don't know why.
Okay, I will solve it. Let's first move ahead and finish what we were doing. So basically, now if you see, I have done this last thing I done here, and now what we actually want is the bird to not fall down. So what I will do, I will write if bird y is greater than 0 or velocity is less than 0. So inside this, I will add this part. Okay, so now what I will do, I will move this inside this, and actually this will come here. Also, instead of writing this, what I can do, remove this, I will remove this, and this whole part will also come here. So now if I run, you see the bird is not going below, and there is some silly error which I did, because of which instead of coming from top, the bird is staying here only. So I will correct that mistake in next lecture. I cannot figure it out right now, but don't worry, I will get back to it. So see you in next lecture. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. So as I told you in last lecture, there was a silly error from my side. So actually the thing was that in this, if I wrote here, I initially wrote bird y equals to minus velocity. So that was a very silly error. It should actually be bird y equals to bird y minus velocity. So yeah, so if you now see, when I run this, let it install completely, and as you can see, it's starting from the center and it comes till the bottom and then it stops. But also you can see for bottom it stops, but when I keep on tapping, it goes above the screen. So for that, what you can do, just as we wrote for the bottom part, we can also write an if statement for the top part. So I have already written that, and let me explain you. Similarly, if bird y is greater than equal to height of the screen minus half of the height of the bird, so the bird y will remain equal to that part. So now if I run this, it won't go above. See, so basically what we did,
we write an if rule inside which we wrote if the y coordinate of the bird is greater than this part, the height of the screen, then the bird should not go above that. So the y coordinate will get fixed to equal to the height of the screen, minus of course the height of the bird divided by 2, so that we can see half of the bird, or else we would have been able to see that. So yeah, that was the mathematical part, and now let's move ahead. So in this lecture there will be a bit of mathematics involved, because we want our pipes to get created. So for that, what we will do, we will first define the texture for our tubes or pipes, whatever you may call it. So texture, top tube, this is the upper part, and then there will be a bottom tube. Now what we will do, we will just give the images. So top tube equals to new texture, and inside this I will write top tube dot png. Similarly, bottom tube equals to new texture, and inside this I will write bottom tube dot png. Okay, so now we have given the images, and so what we will do, we will go inside this game state equals not equals to 0, and here I will again write batch dot begin and batch dot end, and in between I will write batch dot draw, and inside this I will first give. So basically what we want our pipes to be drawn every time we tap the screen, correct? So what I will be doing, I will be writing batch dot draw, and I will be passing top tube, which is our image, and along with that I will give its x coordinate. So now guys, let me quickly show you. So if you look at the screen, we want our upper pipe, top pipe to be situated here at the center, and the height should be, let's say this is the center of our screen, so the pipe should belong to a bit above, the pipe should be located such that it is a bit above the center. So let's say this is the center, then for height we want the height of the screen, half of the height of the screen minus some part here, which let's say which is equal to gap, and for it being at the center, you already know half of the screen width minus half of the width of the pipe. So let us write that. Again guys, this is a mathematical part, so you need to understand it clearly, only then you can do it. So get width, this will give us the width of the screen, divided by 2 minus top tube dot get width divided by 2. So this will be the x coordinate, and for y coordinate I will write gdx dot graphics dot get height divided by 2 plus gap divided by 2. So now let me define gap. So what is the gap? So gap will be a float value, float gap equals to 400, and why I wrote it 400, you can keep it anything according to your wish. Later on we will use a random generator instead of 400. So basically, as I told you, let's say this is a center line, and we want our pipe to be a bit above the center line. So this is the gap, let's say. But then when we are creating a bottom pipe, even the bottom pipe needs to be a bit below the center line. So what I did, this whole part above and below the center line, I took it as a gap, and so I defined gap as 400, that part. And now for upper part I will be using gap by 2, and for lower part I will be using gap by 2. So I hope you got it. And let's move ahead and write batch dot draw, and inside this, I will give bottom tube, comma x coordinate will remain the same. So let me just copy paste it. And for y coordinate it will be a bit different. It will be g dx dot graphics dot get height divided by 2. Now we added the gap in the for top tube, but here we will subtract the gap divided by 2. Also we need to subtract the tube height. So what we will do, we will write bottom tube dot height, get height. So yeah, that's that. Now what we will do, now we need to make one more change. We need to move these two parts from here to here, because if a background is created below here, then this part will be created first. So our background will appear above these tubes, so we won't be able to see our tubes. So we want a background to be created first, and then above that background we want these tubes to be created. So now if I run, we will see the tubes at different heights. Actually not at different heights, but we will see our tubes. Oops, there's some issue again, and let me check it. Okay, so I got the error. I solved the error actually, but the issue is with the bird. So what we can do, shift is below here, and I will again write batch dot begin batch dot and in between I will insert this. And now when I run, okay, so it's working perfectly. Now what we need, we are only getting one pipe, so we need more pipes, and we need this game to be running constantly. So for that, what we will do, instead of this, I will also add one more thing here, a float called maximum tube offset. So this is the value up to which the pipes will be moving either to the right of the center or left of the center, because we don't want a pipe to only occur at the center, because it will make a game predictable. And for that, now what I will do, after creating it, let me define it here. Max tube offset equals to gdx dot graphics dot get height divided by 2 minus gap divided by 2 minus 100. Now why 100, you may ask? So okay, let me show you why 100. Let us assume this top part. So the offset is actually not only the left and right actually. Like if this is the pipe, then we may want this pipe to appear like till here only, or maybe till here. So till which limit shall we keep move our pipe down? So that is the offset. So what I have done, we have written gdx.get height of the screen. So this is the height of the screen, let's say, from which I will minus this 100. I have assumed this, I have taken this to be 100. So I will minus this 100. Also I will minus the gap divided by 2 part. So this, it will be till here. So my pipe can go down up to this height. So whatever we have written. So that is what offset is. So our one pipe will be here, once it will be here, then here, and it will keep on changing to make our game a bit more unpredictable. And now we have written that. So next thing is random, introducing random number. So let me create a random we want this. So yeah, so guys, these are some things which you need to do whenever you are developing any game, like the error which we solved just before this, also like these errors. So like these are things which you need to do on your own. Like it may not occur every time, it may change from your Android Studio to Android Studio. Like it was not there already in this import, so I had to put it. And so yeah, let's move on. So now I have defined my random. So let me just write random equals to new random. And what we want to do, we want to also write one more float here, which will be tube offset. So we defined okay, so we defined maximum tube offset, but we don't want every time to use, we don't want to use this, we want this to check as a limit. So we also need a tube offset. And now what we will do, let's go inside this just touched, and let me write here tube offset equals to random dot next float. So what this will do, this will give us a float value ranging from 0 to 1, and we want it from minus half to half. For half because we want to go for top tube, and minus half because it can also come below the center line for bottom tube. So what I will do, random dot next float minus 0.5 f. So this will change the range of this entire thing from 0 to 1. Instead of 0 to 1, it will give us from minus half to plus half. And now we want it to multiply by gdx dot graphics dot get height minus gap minus 200. Now since we are getting this value as ranging from minus half to half, instead of 100 which we defined earlier, I will write here 200 so that half of which will become 100, and similarly instead of gap by 2 I will write only gap. So yeah, see guys, as I told you, there is a bit of mathematics involved, so please try to focus on it. And this will be our tube offset. Okay, so now what we will do, now that we have created this tube offset, we need to add it somewhere. So where will we add it? So we need to add it to the y coordinate of our top tube and bottom tube. So what we will do, instead of writing this, I will write tube offset here. No, actually not. Plus tube offset here, we will just add it, and also plus tube offset here. Okay, so now let me run this. Let's see. See, every time I am tapping the screen, the tube offset is, the size of the tube is changing. Yes. And now let's move on. Let me just check my code once. Okay, and now what we will do, we don't want the pipe to change at the same place, we want different pipes. So let's say I will create a set of 4 pipes, 4 sets let's say I will create. So let me create a new float first, tube velocity, which will move our tubes in the left direction, and I will set it to 4 initially. You can change it. And let us also write float tube x, which will take care of the x coordinate of the tube. And what we will do, inside, we will go inside this render just touched, and below this I will write tube x equals to, and it will be x coordinate of this top tube or even bottom tube because both are same, and we want it okay. So yeah, what we did, we defined tube x here, and now instead of writing this here, I will write it as tube x. Similarly here I will be writing tube x. So yeah, just like we did for tube offset, we defined it earlier and then we write only tube offset. So I will write tube x here. And now what we will do, we will write tube x equals to tube x minus tube velocity. So what will happen is, this tube will keep on moving to the left every time the render is called. So yeah, that's that. And now what we will do, let me run this once. See, the tube is moving. But if you notice carefully, the single pipe is moving, and then when I tap, a new pipe is created from the center. But we actually don't want that. We want it to continuously run in a loop. So for that, what we will do, we will make some more changes. First of all, let me create 4 sets. So what I will do, I will create a new int by the name number of tubes. Now here I am taking this as 4. I am defining it as 4. But we may change this to 3 or even 5 depending on your need. Also the size of the screen. For regular mobile screen even 3 may work, but let us keep it as 4. And we will see if we need to change it later on. Now there is something called float distance between the tubes. Now why is this needed? We will come to that in a few seconds. Before that, okay, let's move on to it. So what I will do, let me define it here. Distance between tubes equals to gdx.graphics.get width divided by 2. So what this actually does is, we will use this as our variable to help us put some distance between 2 consecutive pipes. Now let's say a pipe is created. So whenever we click, new pipe was created from the center, right? What we actually want, we want a full flow of pipes. One pipe is going, after some gap another pipe will come. So who will decide that gap? So this is that gap, distance between the tubes. Okay, so what we will do now, as I told you, we want a loop and we are keeping number of tubes as 4. So what we will do, we will change this tube x. Where is this? Okay, we will change this tube x to float of array of tube x. And what we will do, I will write here tube x equals to new float, and inside this I write number of tubes. Okay, so that's done with our tube x. Similarly, what we will do, this tube offset, even this will be changed to float array of float, because tube offset will be different for different set of pipe. So let me again write tube offset, tube offset equals to new float, and inside this I will again write number of tubes. So this is done. Now what we will do, we will write a for loop. So let us, oh, and also I need to make some changes here. We will come to that, just a second. What we will do, inside this create, we will write a for loop. For integer I equals to 0, I less than number of tubes, I plus plus. And now what I will write, tube offset of I actually we will move these two things. Here, and let me just change it to I. So this is good, and tube x also let me change it to I. So now that we have changed, What we need one more thing here. This tube offset is already randomly generated, so it will be different every time, but this tube x value will remain same, but we want it to change. So what I will do, I will just add a sorry, I into distance between the tubes. So see, distance between the tube is fixed, but this I is different, 0, 1, 2, 3. So according to that, the distance will be changed. So yes, that's done. Now what we will do, we'll go inside our render, and in this game state, let me write one more for loop for integer I equals to 0, I less than number of tubes, and I plus plus, and inside this for loop I will take this and instead of tube x I will add tube x of I, okay. And what we can do, one more thing, let me also shift this patch dot draw and this batch dot begin and end. This is a bit confusing, so please bear with me for a little while and this will make sense. Tube offset of I, tube x of I, even here tube offset of I. Okay, so now that's done. What we will do, we need one more thing. About this for loop, let me write if tube x of I, let me show you first what this looks like, whether we are getting some error or is it perfectly fine. So you see, these pipes are coming, I will change that, but this is the fourth set and after that there are no new pipes. So actually the 4 pipes are going and then there are no new pipes generating. So what we want that every time the pipe crosses this border, it should again come from this side. So whenever the pipe reaches here, this edge of the screen, it should start again from here. So what we will do, we will write an if loop, if statement, that is if and tube x of I is less than, actually I think I need this inside the for loop, yes, if tube x of I is less than top tube dot get, not height, get width. We want tube x of I to be equal to tube x of I plus number of tubes, which is 4 here, number of tubes times distance between the tubes. We want it to move by this much distance. So let me write this as plus equals to. Okay. So now when I run this, and let me just add else statement here. And now when I run this, you see first pipe, this is the second pipe, third, fourth, fifth, and I think we need to change a bit. So what we will do, top tube dot get width minus top tube dot get width and now if I run this, okay, I think I got what the problem was. You guys see, I'll explain you. So what actually was happening that when as soon as this touched and it is going, right? So before that what was happening, whenever this upper edge was coming here, it was disappearing. So I subtracted that length width of the pipe, so it is going till here and then it is disappearing. But we can even change it a bit more to make it more immersive. What we can do, we can write is less than top tube dot get width. Actually let me change this to gdx dot graphics dot get width. I'm just playing around with this to let you understand that sometimes you don't get things right at the first time, so we need to play around with the code a bit to see what different things looks. Okay, this is definitely not working. So I will write this like this. So actually the thing is, I think I got the issue. Let's see if this works. Hopefully, yes, this is working fine. So what actually happened is one pipe, second, third set, that was first check, fourth set, then there is fifth set. Okay, so I got the issue. The issue was that if you consider this as center, and like, so this will be the 0 coordinate for our x-axis, but we want our pipe to reach, entire pipe to reach here, and then we want it to start. So what we do, 0 minus the width of the tube. So basically negative width of tube. So I write here negative get width. I hope you got it. So yeah, this is it. And we can also do one thing here. If the speed is looking like a bit slow, what we can do, instead of, no, I think it is perfect for me. You can change the tube velocity from 4, and you can also change this random number ka 0.5. You can also change it according to your needs, but for me this is working fine. So yeah, this lecture was a bit long due to some errors which I thought I should solve while doing this lecture, so even you get to know that how am I solving my errors, so you can solve your errors similarly. So yeah, thank you and see you in next lecture. Welcome back guys. So in this video what we will do, we will write code for detecting the collisions of the bird and the pipes that we have created. So just a quick correction before that. If you noticed at the end of the last lecture, actually there were cases when the two pipes were intersecting with each other. So there was a tiny bit of error on my side. Instead of writing this, there will be a plus here inside this else. So just change it to minus. So yeah, that's the change. And now if I run this, you can see we are getting this perfectly. Okay, so yeah, that's that. And now let's move ahead. And if you notice one more thing, you can see the pattern is repeating itself. Like if the pipes are fixed, it's looking like after every fourth pipe the same location is coming for each pipe. So in order to fix that, what we can do, I will just shift this tube offset which we are defining here. I will just move it inside this if statement and I will paste it here. So now if I run this, you see the pattern is not repeating itself. So this makes a game a bit more unpredictable. So yeah, now let's move ahead. So now what we will do, if you remember in last game we created something called rectangle. So even in this game we will be using rectangle, but we will be using it for the pipes. But for the bird, instead of using rectangle, we will be using something called circle. So we will define a circle here and we will be using this bad logic circle. So circle, and we will be naming as bird circle. And also we will be using a shape renderer. So you can see it here. So what this does is, this will give the shape to that bird circle and we can use it to detect the collision. So I will give the name as shape renderer. Okay, and now inside this create, what we will do, we will write bird circle equals to new circle and shape renderer equals to new shape renderer. This is basic Java stuff. Okay, so yeah, now let's move ahead, and what we will do, we'll straight away come here and below this batch.end we will write shape renderer dot begin. Okay, so And actually we need to mention the shape inside here. So dot begin and dot shape type dot field. I will also tell you why we are using this shape renderer. Basically, what we are doing is whenever we are checking that whether whatever shape we are giving is correct or not. So just be with me for 5 minutes and you will see what I am telling. Okay, so moving on, we will write shape renderer. No, not this one, small s, shape renderer dot get color, or in fact set color, and inside this I will write color dot black, and below that we will write bird circle dot set, and we will be using this third option, float x, float y and float radius. So now the x coordinate and y coordinate. Okay, so what we want is we are starting the bird at center, so we want to give the coordinates of the center. So I will write gdx dot graphics dot get width divided by 2, basically the center of the screen, and here I will write I will write bird y, and I will add birds inside this bird state dot get height divided by 2, comma. So why I added this part here is because if you look at bird y is basically the center of the bird y is actually shifted from a center a bit. If you look, let me find bird y so I can explain it to you more clearly. What we have done, see, center of the screen, and we have shifted it to the left by half of the height of the bird. So I just corrected that part here. We could have directly written dot get height by 2, but I used this technique. So yeah, and now we also need to mention the radius. So for that I will write gdx dot graphics dot get width divided by 2. Actually, yeah. So the thing is, I will not be using gdx. For radius I will be using birds bracket bird state dot get width divided by 2. So I could have even used height, but if you look at that image, then the height width is a little bit longer than the height. So to be more precise, I will use width here. Okay, so now let's move ahead, and what we will do, we will write shape renderer dot circle, and inside this we will give bird circle. Okay, we will write the x coordinate, y coordinate and radius of the bird circle. So I will just copy all these things and paste it here. So now we are done. And what we will do, there is one more thing that we need to do. Okay, yeah, more importantly, we need to end this shape renderer. The shape renderer dot end. So we have ended this shape renderer, and this bird circle dot set, I will do one thing. I will move it above shape renderer dot begin. Okay, so now let me run this once. So yeah, if you understand why I am using shape renderer, see, it is completely covering the bird. So even without using shape renderer, we can do that. But to prove to you that it is actually covering the entire bird, I use this. So you can see it for yourself. Entire bird is covered. Okay, and we will do the same thing for the pipes as well, just to make sure that our rectangle is completely covering the pipe. So what we will do, we will create another rectangle, and we will be using this bad logic. We don't want to use Java, we want to use com.badlogic1. So be careful with that or you may get error. So I define rectangle, and actually we will be using an array because we have 4 different sets of pipes, not just one. So I will use an array, and I will define it here. Rectangle equals to new rectangle and array of number of tubes, which is actually 4. Similarly, we need this for bottom as well as top tube. So what I will do, I will write here top rectangle and similarly bottom rectangle. Okay, so let me write top here, and I will copy paste it for bottom rectangle. So yeah, now that we have done that, what we will do, we will go inside this for loop, and in this I will write top rectangle equals to new rectangle of I. Actually no, what I need, top tube rectangle of I equals to new rectangle similarly bottom rectangle of I equals to new rectangle. So yeah, we need to define it for each rectangle. So for every time a new rectangle is taken, so we need to define it. So we done that, and now what we'll do, we'll come inside this for loop, inside this render, and below this batch.draw, what we will do, we will write top rectangle of I equals to new rectangle, and inside this we will give the x coordinate, y coordinate as well as width and height of the rectangle. So for top rectangle, if you have guessed it, this x and y coordinate will remain the same, isn't it? And then for width I will write top tube dot get width and for height I will write top tube dot get height. Correct. Similarly, for bottom rectangle of I will write new rectangle, and inside this I will write these x and y coordinates. Comma. For width I will write bottom tube dot get width, and for height I will write bottom tube dot get height. Okay, so now we have done this. So next step is to get down here below shape dot circle, and I will write for, actually we are writing the same things, but since there are 4 different sets of pipes, I will be using a for loop. For integer I equals to 0, I less than number of tubes I plus plus, and inside this what I will do, I will write shape renderer dot rectangle and we will be writing this. So cube of x, cube x of I, comma basically we need this everything. So I just copy paste it, and similarly shape renderer dot rect, inside this we will give everything about the bottom rectangle. So yeah, that's done. Now what we'll do, okay, let me first run this once to check whether that black part is coming onto the pipes or not. Just like this bird. So yeah, you can see only the piped part is covered. Okay, so now let's move ahead, and we need to write something when both the birds and the pipes are colliding. So for that, what we will do, we will write an if statement here. If, and now we will be using something called intersector. If intersector dot overlaps, so this is an inbuilt function of GDX. So intersector dot overlaps. Now we have one circle and one rectangle, so we will be using this overlaps, and we will be specifying the circle name, which is bird circle, comma I will provide the top rectangle. But since we also want the case when the bird is intersecting with the bottom rectangle, so we will provide bird circle comma bottom rectangle. Okay, now I know why the error is coming. It's because I haven't specified the I value, because it's an array. So basically we want this inside the for loop. Okay, yeah, you need to keep that in mind. So okay, sorry. So if this happens, so what we need? Now we have used this trick earlier also to check whether whatever we want is actually functioning or not. So what I will do, I will write gdx.app.log, and what we will do, we will give a tag called collision, and I will write it's working. So that's done, and so let's run this. And let me open this log cat. Okay, so now what we will do, let me close it first and let me clear it. Okay, now let me run this. One second. And let me open the log cat. See, collision, it's working. So yeah, this is working, guys. Sometimes you don't see it straight away, but yeah, it's working. So we are almost done here now. There is one change. If you notice, like, let me start this again. This pipe starts from the middle of the screen. So I want it to start from the right hand side. So what I will do, you just need to make a single change. You need to go to this create, and inside this you will find this cubex equals to dash dash dash. So what I will do, I will add here one more thing, which is gdx dot graphics dot get width and plus this. Okay, and let me comment this shape render parts, because now that we have seen that entire shape is over our sprites, we don't want to the color to be black. So I will render this, I will comment this, and let me run this again. And if you see, now the pipes are starting from exactly right. Also, oops, this is a previous game, my bad. But as you could see, we got our colors back, and also the pipes are starting from the right side. So we are almost done with our game here. Now only thing remaining is to change this, something inside this if code, so that our game gets over whenever we touch, whenever the bird touch either the top rectangle or top pipe or bottom pipe, and we need to also add the scoring system. So we will do that in next lecture, and that's it for this lecture, guys. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. So in this video we will keep the track of the score of our game. So it's quite simple. As you would have guessed, first we will need to create an integer called score and initiate it to 0. Okay, and after that we will come inside this for loop of render, and inside this else statement, below this I will write if cube x of I is less than gdx dot with graphics dot get width divided by 2, then you want to score plus plus. So actually what happens is, let me run this once and let me explain you why I did what I did. So as soon as this bird crosses this part, this first edge, we want the score to increment. So the bird remains at the center, right? So whenever, see, at this point we want to increment our score. So for that I have written, if tube of x of I is less than this width, we will increment the score, because the tube is coming from right to left, so the width will keep on decreasing. Once the tube crosses the center of the screen, we will increment the score, and this will happen only when the game is alive, means the game is not over yet, when the game state is not equal to 0. Okay, so this is that part. And now there is one more thing actually. The thing is that this gets incremented every time the render is run. So there are 4 different sets of pipes. So this will actually increment our score even before our bird crosses the pipe, because at any point there will be more than one pipe on the left hand side of the center. So what we will do, we will introduce another integer here and name it as scoring tube. So this will keep track of the pipe. So if our bird is, if this pipe is on the left hand side of the center, we need to increment the score. So now the question arises, how do we do that? So what I will do, inside this game state part, just above this, I will write one more if statement, and which will be, actually I will just cut and copy this part and paste it here. So, and we don't need I actually, we need scoring tube, and yeah, so what we will do, we will increment the score. And apart from that, there is one more thing which we will need to do, and we will need to write another if statement. And if scoring tube is less than number of tubes, that is 4 in our case, we will do scoring tube plus plus, else scoring tube equals to 0. So it will increment the scoring tube also. So now what we will do, we need our score to be displayed, and we can also check here itself whether the scoring system works or not by using gdx.app.log, but I leave that up to you if you want to check. We will move ahead and get on with our scoreboard. So just as for our previous game, even in this game we will create the scoreboard by using bitmap font, which is inbuilt in GDX, and I will give it the name as font. And inside this create, what we will do, we will add font equals to new bitmap font, and font dot set color will be color dot white, and for its size I will write font dot get data dot set scale, and inside this I will write 10. You can change that to 12 or even 8, but I will keep it 10. And now we just want to display this scoreboard. So what we will do, excuse me, about this batch draw, I will write below this batch draw, I will write batch dot draw, and inside this, actually not batch dot draw, I will write font dot draw, and we will pass our batch comma string dot value of score, and we will also give the coordinates where we want our scores to be present. So I have given it as 100 and 200. You can give it according to your requirements, and let me run this. And you can see the score is present here, and as soon as we pass the pipe, the score increments. Okay, now there's one more thing which we need to do, and that thing is we need to get a game over whenever the bird touches the pipe, which we haven't done yet. So we will do it in next lecture. And there was an error which I faced. Let me run this again. This is first pipe, this is second, this is third. Okay, on reaching the fourth pipe we are getting some error. So let me just check my code again. Okay, here -1 will be coming. Okay, this is because number of tube is 4. So if our scoring tube is less than 4, let's say, so 3 scoring tube is 3, which is of course less than 4, then scoring tube plus plus, which will become 4. But we don't have 4th because the numbers are 0, 1, 2, 3. So we cannot go up to 4. So I have to write here -1. And now if I run this, there won't be any error. This is our first, second, third, fourth, this is fifth, this is sixth, and see, it's not showing any error. So yeah, that was my mistake. And so we are almost there. Now we just need to add one more part, and we will be doing it in next lecture. So thank you. Okay guys, so this is our final video lecture for this game, and in this we will be setting our game over screen. So for that I have imported one image, game over image, this, which I will be uploading on my drive, and I will give the link to you so you can download it. And so let's move ahead. So basically our idea is that whenever the bird either falls to the ground or touches either of the pipes, the game should get over, and it can only start again if the player taps on the screen. So for that, what we will do, we will first introduce a texture and give it the name of game over, which we usually do. So you know that there should be no doubt in this. And then we will give game over equals to new texture, and we will put the title of our image, which is gameover.png. So with that, we have initialized our image. So now what we will do, we already have game state not equal to 0 and game state 0. So we need to introduce another game state, which will be game state 2. So inside this intersector.overlaps, I will be introducing this game state, which is game state equals to 2. This means your game is over. Okay, so now what we will do, I will remove this velocity part and I will write else if just if bird y is less than or equal to 0, which means if it has touched the ground, then we will give game state equals to 2. Correct? We want a game to get over. Now what we will do, we will change this if game is not equal to 0 to if game state is equal to 1, and we want all these things inside our game state 1. Now here we will add one more thing, and which will be, now once this game is over, if just touched game state equals to 1, of course, else if game state equals to 1. Now we need to add something for our game state 2. So what we will do, we will let if game state equals to 2, and in this we need two things. First, we need our icon of game over to occur. So we will let batch.draw, and I will pass my game over icon, comma, I will give the x and y coordinates, which basically will be center of our screen, because we want that game over to appear at the center of the screen. So this is get width divided by 2 minus game over dot get width divided by 2. Now there should not be any doubt in this, guys, because we have done this again and again. So this is something which you should already do by yourself. Graphics dot get height divided by 2 minus game over dot get height divided by 2. So, and now what actually we want is, if this game state is over, right, even in this second, if someone comes and touches, then we want the game to start again. So I will write here this. So basically what we have done is, we have written else if game state is equal to 0. We don't need to write this, but still I wrote it for better understanding. If game state is equal to 0, and if someone touched it, game state equals to 1, and all these things will occur. If game state equals to 2, then this will occur, but if someone then touched it, then again the game state will equal to 1. Alright, and below this we need to write few more things. Basically, whenever game gets over, we also want our scoring tube to get reset. We want our score to get reset. We want our velocity to get reset. So there's that. And now there is one more thing which we need to do, that is, this bird y needs to get reset every time. So basically I will just cut and paste it here. So this entire part needs to get reset, or let me say that we need it again and again whenever the game gets started again. So instead of copying it again and again, I will just write a new function, public void game start, and inside this function I will paste all these things, and I will just write here game start. Correct. And we will also write this game start inside our game state equals to 2. So actually inside this just touched, so game state equals to 2 above game start. And now I hope this will run. Let's see, there can be some errors, let's hope there aren't. So I tapped and our game starts. Oops, and the game gets over. And there is some error as soon as our game gets over. Okay guys, so there was some error from my side. We forgot to write batch.end and batch.begin here. So yeah, just write that. And now if you run the game, it will work without any error. See, game over, and if I tap again, it starts. So that's it guys for this video, and our second game is also done. So yeah, thank you. Welcome back guys. So now we have created both the games, and so now the question arises how to upload this game on Play Store. So obviously you want to start earning with your games and everything. So what we will do, we will go through how to create it. Okay, so let's move ahead and just Google create Google Play Store developers account, and if you search that you will get these options. So of that select this first option, actually not the first option, select this option, how to use the Play Console Google support. So when you open it, you will get all the information about what you need to do to create an account, developer's account, and then how to start publishing your app on it. So first of all, of course, you need to sign up for Google Play developers account. You can do it with your regular Gmail account or you can create a new one. And there are some conditions like you need to be at least 18 years of age. You need to accept these terms and conditions. You can just click on it and go through it. And also you need to pay a registration fee of $25, which is one-time registration fee. And yeah, so there is that. And then you need to complete some account details like your transaction details and everything, like whatever your account details are. So you can see here, click on account information and everything will be given, your password and everything. So you can do that, and once you complete these 4 steps, finally your account will be created, and then you just need to start uploading your apps. And there are some useful links to go through which they have given here, like Android developers, Google Play App Policy Center, training for Android developers, and Dev Bytes on YouTube. If you look at these Dev Bytes on YouTube, these are some videos which are made by the Google developers themselves. So there various information regarding latest technologies are given here. So you can also go through that. It is a good way of keeping yourself up to date with the technologies. And yeah, then I still haven't set up my account because I am waiting for making a good app and then uploading it, because $25, if I speak honestly, is a little bit expensive if you see only for uploading the games which we have built, because they are very basic. So yeah, but if you want, you can create it, and what you will see after creating your account are these things, these options you are seeing here. So if you want, you can just click on this and you will see what actually will be there inside that. There will be options to upload your application, which we have already created. So I will tell you how to create that APK. Then we need to find our APK and upload it. We need to sign our APK. I will also tell you how to do that. That we will do inside Android Studio itself. And APK version requirement and everything that you already know, because while creating our game initially we already gave all this information. Like you can, I will tell you later how to do that. Then there is this product details, which is of course the description and everything, and contact details and everything. That's up to you, like your contacts and everything. So it's not that difficult. Once you create your account, you just need to follow some steps and then you are good to go. Okay, so that is about how to create your Google Play account and then start uploading. But while you are uploading, there is one thing, if you will notice that let me open Android Studio. Okay, so this is our file. Now if I run this, and go back here, you will notice this icon for Flappy Bird and everything is like that default icon of our library, like GDX library. And I also made some other applications, so you can see with which I have made without using this library. So there they have that default Android Studio icon. So what, how to change this icon? Now obviously if you are uploading your application on Google Play, you don't want this icon to appear. So how to change that? So for that, what you need to do, you just Google Android icon creator, and then there are two options. First you will see Android Asset Studio Launcher. So click on that, and also below that there is this developers.android.com, like official Android icon developer. So also click on that. So this, after clicking on this, you will get to this site where they have given some information about how you can change the icons and what you can do. So basically what they are saying is, inside this Android Studio in project, you can select the Android view. Like, let me show you. We are in this Android view. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to right click the rest folder. So let's find the res folder, and yes, here is the res folder. So right click on it and then new, and then there is this image asset, and then you can customize the image according to your needs, and then you can select the icon and everything. That's this process. Okay, if you don't want to do that, there is another option, which is this Android Asset Studio, the option I told you before. So what you can do, you can upload any image which you already have from here, and you can also write some clip art, select some clip art which are already given here, or else you can type some text and then select some fonts and accordingly design your icon. So let's say if I select some text, and I give it some padding, I need to set it transparent. Let me change the background color. Shape you can change, like you can keep it circle, you can keep it, there are other options also, play with that. Then there are some effects, so you can do either elevate, or let's say cast shadow. Then there is this core, and you can give it some name. I am keeping it as it is, so let me select this, and now what I will do, I will just download the zip file, and let me keep it on my desktop. Okay, so that's done. Now what I will do, I will go to my Android Studio. Inside this res, there is this drawable. See, you see, IC launchers. So what I will do, I will extract this zip file where it went. Let me extract it. And now what we can do, I will replace this IC launcher folder with this IC launcher folder. So I will just go to Android Studio, and inside this drawable I will flip paste, and okay, uh, let me do that again. Let me paste it here. let me delete this all. Okay, I get the issue. What you do, just go to each of this folder, select this image, and just place it in this drawable. So once you do that, you see this image, right? So before we used to saw this live.gdx png image, but now you are seeing this image. So if you paste everything inside this, then definitely when you run it next time, inside this foreground already the code is there, so that will get replaced with it. Okay, just go around with the changes and do it, and definitely you will get it. uh, let's move ahead, and what we will do next is, okay, so if you focus on this, inside this, when you are uploading your app, and then you have to give some information regarding your app. So if you open any application on Play Store, you see various screenshots are there. Okay, so like, let me give you an example. Like, if I say, if I open this WhatsApp messenger, there are these screenshots, right? Giving a bit of overview of your apps. So how to create these screenshots? So there is another feature in this Android Studio. Like, if we are running the game, now it will show me some error because I foolishly deleted everything and without replacing it. So let me open this previous game. Oops. Okay, so what we can do is, there is this option below, if you see properly, like, go inside this log cat. Okay, and then when you go here, like the extra options list, then you can see here this camera icon, just click on that. So what it will do, it will help you take the screenshot of the current screen which you have opened in this emulator, right? Now once I have started playing, like, with this app, there is only one screen which we are seeing. That's because we have created our game like that. If your game has different screens, like menu screen, highest score screen, so when you open that screen inside this tool, run tool, and then if you click on camera, the screenshot of that screen will be there. Then you can play around with it, zoom in, zoom out, ratio you can change, you can rotate it, and everything. Then you can, there are some options here, you can frame the screenshot and everything. So play with that, and you can then save it, and you can directly upload these screenshots there. Okay, so this is another feature of Android Studio. All right, so that's done. So basically, what you need to do for uploading your application. Okay, now one very important thing is remaining, which is how to sign your APK, right? So now let me do this. Open recent. Let's open a coin crocodile, because I know I deleted that image files by mistake, so there will be some errors. So to avoid that, let's go to this game. The process is similar for every application. Now what we will do, okay, now there is this build option here. So just go to build and then generate signed bundle slash apk. This is what you need to generate. Now if you remember, when you go through the details, there was there was written that we need to upload a signed apk, right? Upload apps, then sign your apk, right? So what you can do, just go to Android Studio, build, and click on this generate signed bundle slash apk. Then there are these options like Android app bundle, Android app bundle, or directly a apk. I will select apk. You can also select this. You are okay. Now this is important. Signed APK means it contains the key store. It contains various keys to your apps, so that when you upload it on Google Play, it knows that this is your app and this is a proper application. You are not uploading any random thing, right? Google Play is like we cannot upload anything we want on Play Store. So for that, there is this key. So you need to store that key because it is giving an identity to your application. So right now we don't have any existing key store path, so we can't choose existing, but I will create a new one, and for that I will need to enter some path. So I will go inside this. I will keep it my desktop only, inside desktop. Oops. Okay. Let me give this file name as key store and I press OK, and let me give some password. Let me confirm the password. Then there is this alias. I will just write it as, let me keep it default, whatever it is. Let me write the password once again. And now there is this validity, like for how many years you want this key to be valid. So I'll keep it default only. Now there is this naming and everything that will appear on your certificate. So I will write my name. Then organizational unit. Right now I don't work in any for any firm or any company, so I will just write my name again. My name, city or locality, country code India. Let me write OK. So it created that new key store path. Key store password, key password which we created, I created both the same. You can create different passwords. I will write remember password. I will click on it and go to next. And yes, let's change my destination folder. And again I will go to desktop so that you can see it. Okay. And signature versions, you can select anything here, full APK signature or jar signature. Let me select this and I'll click finish. And okay, whether you want a debug one or release one, that's up to you. I will select release one because let's say I directly want to release this app. So now finish, and hopefully there will be no more errors. It will take some time to load. you can see this keystore.jks file here storing our keys. Okay guys, so generated signed APK successfully. Correct? Now this is a folder, release folder, and you can see android.release.apk. Just rename it to whatever you want. Like our game name is coin crocodile. So this is that, and this is JSON file. So yeah, now inside this sign your this is already done. So then there will be an option once you create your Google Play Store account. So inside that upload an app, there will be drag and drop option, so you can directly drop this APK inside that. And then there are some other details you need to fill, like the one I told you about the screenshots. You can change your icon, and then you are good to go. Just keep on going, and your app will be published. So yeah, basically our lecture is coming to an end now. So let me just summarize you what we did in all the lectures. We first installed Android Studio basically, and learned some basics about it. Then we used that libgdx file. We installed it, and using it we created our first game, which was named as Coin Crocodile. And then moving on, we created another game, Flappy Bird. And after that, now what we learned is how to upload our game/app on the Play Store. So for that, first you need to create a developer's account. For that you need $25. And then once you have created your account, you need to create a signed APK/bundle from your Android Studio. You may want to change the icon of your app, so that can also be done using Android Studio and some tools. Then you need to add, after you have uploaded your application, you also need to add some descriptions. So that will be done in Google Play console only. So that is not very difficult to understand. There are some processes which you do, and then finally you are good to upload your applications. Okay, one more thing. If you want to add an ad in your application, what you will do? There is something called Ad Mob. If you search it, Google Ad Mob, just click on it, and as you can see, you can directly use these ads in your app. If I click on Get Started, they'll first need to ask you to sign in. They'll ask you to sign in, and then basically it's nothing like ultra science. You just need to do some steps which will be given once you sign in, so you can check that out. And yeah, so there's that. So this is another fun way of earning by creating something you like. So good luck. I hope all of you create good apps, and thank you, and I hope you all had fun. So that's it. Thank you.